Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. How is everyone doing today? I hope everyone is having a lovely day and getting ready for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And I forgot my VTuber model. Hang on a second. That is me being very, very dumb indeed. This should take a second. But yeah, we're going to be doing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, where we're doing the second investigation of case 9, or at least case 4 of the second game. So yeah, that's very exciting to bring you up to speed. Well, basically, Inspector Gregson has been murdered, shot specifically, and Lord Van Zeeks was there being spotted with the gun as well. So Lord Van Zeeks, we have to defend him, and and also try to figure out who is actually murdered Inspector Gregson, because this is big. Inspector Gregson is dead. But also, a woman who was a juror from the previous case, came to Sherlock Holmes to file a missing report saying that her husband was missing. And it turned out that her husband used to work as a police warden, or some sort of police warden or chief police warden who handles the executions in the same area where Kazuma's father got executed. The thing is that he hadn't been a police warden for the last 10 years, and his wife did not know. He had been pretending to be a beggar and spreading gossip for money, and he made very much a living out of it, as far as I know. So he had a shabby looking apartment to stay in, and gains money from telling gossips to people. And he was the one who found Inspector Gregson's body, because Inspector Gregson's body was found in the husband's shabby flat. What was the husband's name? Vigil. I can't remember his first name. But yeah, he was trying to make so much living to support himself, his wife, and their children by doing that. And he's starting to remember what had happened 10 years ago. So the reason why he lost his job is because something has happened that involved him and the professor, the killer, Kazuma's father, 10 years ago. So but he fainted before he could say anything. So hopefully we'll be able to find more stuff out. Right, let me go to... Sorry, I left the menu on. I do apologize. I was very much within the conversation. Let's go. 2nd of November, 3:38 p.m. Holmes's suite. So we're going to start the investigation. Oh, there's no music. This is very tense. Now. We're getting into the tense situation. This is very, very tense. How many times am I going to say tense before it's starting to get really, really tense? Let's go. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. So he suddenly remembered what happened 10 years ago between him and the professor that caused him to lose his job. People reckon that he purposefully forgot because it's too traumatic for him. So when he remembered, he fainted and now he's been taken into hospital. Okay. Right. 10 years ago now. Oh, they're going to recap. Nice. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Wait, he did? He attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office? But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. This is him. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark? I wonder. There's probably overstepping it, but I don't think he did anything wrong. I think it's not coming together, but it's coming together. Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, Iris, we do need that. We do need some tea, lovely. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Holmes is? Yeah, oh yeah. When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Of course he did. Oh, no, I don't know. No. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave! I must leave! I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? Why, what's he always say? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. Are you saying we shouldn't solve Inspector Gregson's death? I'm confused. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? I got no idea. I don't know what that means. He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. Yeah, that's really true. We did open someone's wound, I'll say that. But that's what I like about Hurley. After all, I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. Why? You do? Poor Mr. Holmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Oh wait, why? Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. I suppose we should start talking about them. Start talking about them? Start talking to her. Let's go. So how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Seeks definitely didn't do it. I agree to that. I agree to that. So Lord Van Seeks, as I said, was found holding a gun above Inspector Gregson. He was found by Vigil under the disguise as a homeless man called Gossip. So that's a caught up. That's a recap from last stream. Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Kazuma was a prosecutor. With Lord Van Seeks as our defendant, Kazuma is our prosecutor. And God, he's a fucking tough nut, like Jesus. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. I mean, yeah. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I mean, to be fair, we've been talking about his father being executed for murder 10 years ago, so maybe that would have something to do with it? If I was in his shoes, I would go crazy myself. I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. The Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Seeks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely. That's the thing. That's another thing as well. That's another thing. The court records doesn't have a time of death, which is very unusual. You always have to have a time of death reported if someone died. And the body would show if you're trying to figure it out. Why do you think hospitals, when a patient dies, they always record the specific time that they died? It has to go on record. So seeing a time of death blank on the court records is very, very odd. Very, very odd. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. I forgot who's the coroner. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Seeks though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Yes, we still don't know that. We don't know that. Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. But it was also Vigil's secret flat? Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Gregson's movements. Okay, that's what we need to talk about. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. I mean, yeah, that's pretty true. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. I forgot about that! I forgot about the Red-Headed League! So we were cross-examining 2 con artists who were leaders of the Red-Headed League, and they made the Red-Headed League just so that they can collect 5 shillings per applicant. And then run off somewhere. So they made the newspaper advertisement saying £4 a week for being a redhead or something like that, which was a con. No one's going to get £4 per week, especially in Victorian times. That was a lot of money in Victorian times. But yeah, the 2 were selling applicants. If you want to apply for a Red-Headed League, you have to pay 5 shillings to be part of the Red-Headed League, and then they would have made bank, because we're talking about thousands of redheads wanted to apply to the Red-Headed League, and after getting all these thousands and thousands of money, they would have gone off, but they didn't. They end up getting arrested. And Inspector Gregson, another way that Vigil was getting money was that Inspector Gregson paid him to be Inspector Gregson and figure out what's going on with the Red-Headed League, which is a crime. Impersonating a police officer, inspector, detective, or whatever is against the law. Particularly giving someone their police identification. That is also against the law. If Inspector Gregson wasn't dead, he would have been in a lot of trouble. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Holmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Yeah. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. I'm so glad you're having a recap, because it's still a lot to unpack. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh, hi. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep a secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Wait, what are they trying to say? Are they saying that he sprinkled fish and chips with drugs? No wonder he's addicted to them. I want fish and chips. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Oh, I want food now. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Seeks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Mr. Vigil's condition. Very important. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Holmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Holmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Ah, it's St. Sinners. God, what a name. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. I can understand why you think so. We seem to be only going to St. Sinners. But that's amazing, Luna. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder of the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. Oh! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Something I really don't want to grow up. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregson? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Oh, also, it was Inspector Gregson's idea, if I recall. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. Impersonating as a good lawyer. That's what I do. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to Saint Sinners, then. Back to Saint Sinners we go! Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris! You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol? It's stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine. What's a special blend? Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective. I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Holmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out. Let's go! Yes! Do, 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 do. Are we moving? Are we moving on? Looks like it. We got... To Saint Sinners we go. So we can't go back to these. Mr. Vigil's hospital bed. And where is he? 2nd of November, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. It appears that no one... No one is here. There must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Oh shit! Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion though. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. Okay, so what's this? Is that just nothing? Ah, patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed. I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighbouring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? He's got a point. Let's check with the doctor later. Okay, so Mr. Vigil isn't here. Do I go back? Wait, do we present Iris something? Maybe is that what we're missing? What do we need to present?
Objection!
It depends. Okay. Nope. Oh no, what was I thinking? Why on earth did I show her that? Oh no! I wonder if this will help. Okay. I didn't mean to make her sad!
Objection!
I thought I would show... So I don't present something to her? What if I present this clock to her? Would she know anything? Oh no, she's just gonna be sad. What about this? I'm just traumatizing the poor child. Yeah, I'm traumatizing the poor child. I was hoping she would give me some good intel. Which... Okay, well, at least she's not sad anymore.
Objection!
The firecrackers we got from a woman who is also a peddler. She doesn't know anything about the policeman. What happens if I showed her this photo? Okay, she won't be sad at least. I was worried she will be because it's got a picture of Gregson in it, but I don't think there's anything to go by when it comes to presenting Iris something.
Objection!
So, I suppose we just wait until Mr. Vigil comes? I don't know. Alright. Is Sherlock around? Well, there's the violin! You lied! You did not hide the violin, Iris. Let's move to Noah Hoddo's legal consultancy. 2nd of November, Noah Hoddo's legal consultancy. We should converse with Sasato. Are you alright, Mr. Noah Hoddo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Okay, well, that's that. Lord Chief Justice's office. Turn auto off. Ah, Kazuma! Kazuma is here. 2nd of November, British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama! Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Hi! Kazuma. Kazuma. Bye. He left without saying a word. Yes? What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zieks' trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asoki's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? What did he do? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes and 41 seconds. 42. 43. That's a long time! You're getting late! Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. It's really hard to tell whether he's in a bad mood or not, but sure, let's converse with him. The Reaper. Does Prosecutor Asoki believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. Okay. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. Okay. But that's awful! The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Jesus! By the Reaper! But I don't believe Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Where did he work? Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. A rock slide? And people believe Lord Van Zieks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. 16! That's actually quite a lot. That's a long run of coincidences. Yeah, I agree. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. Someone in this game even said they might be his brother. His dead brother being the Reaper. And that everything to do with Lord Van Zieks is haunted. And the impact that revelation would have been on the British public cannot be understated. I can't speak, I can't read. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Okay. Closed trial. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professors? The trial of Genshin Asogi? Are we allowed to say the name? It's like saying Voldemort's name. Is it like... Is that with the trial? You know who? Like... It gives some Voldemort vibes. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned and now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Oh, what motive? Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. Absolutely, Lord Strongheart, absolutely. Make everything go smoothly. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. About time. Should not waste time. You hear it from strong heart. Although I do believe strong heart is very sus. Very, very sus indeed. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Not something with which you need concern yourself. Okay, but the way you put it like that, it sounds like I should be very concerned with it. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Goody! Lovely. Love it. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Oh, Strongheart hates me. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. What about Kazuma? He's the one that kept you. I wonder if you might agree to us talking with Prosecutor Asogi. Ooh, that's a big ask. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Well, that was nice of him. Pretty sus. Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. This is going to be scary. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. No, I can understand that. A new location has been added. Okay, so we can't go to Great Waterloo Hotel. We can't go to Prison Governor's Office. We can go to prison. So these are the... We're gonna visit these. Let's go to prison. Let's go see how Lord Van Zeeks is doing. Ah, there he is. He's reading his book. Absolutely. 2nd of November, local prison, cell 1. Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look. Iris is with us. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Yeah! Perhaps not. Ah. You're changing your tune, hmm? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? He's changing his tune about us! Yes! We are getting somewhere with him. Okay. Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. Lol. Fancy. I must say, I was impressed. Oh? Well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes, no, not the lawyer who's defending you to prove your innocence. No, absolutely not. The person who I'm opposing. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, as so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. Don't put it that way. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. See, I don't think you were the Reaper. Played the part? Wait, is he saying he is the Reaper? We need to talk to him. The Reaper's identity. So do you know the identity? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you, but who? Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. So he believes it's a group of people. Interesting. It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. This is gonna be a stretch. What if it's Lord Strongheart is the Reaper? Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. I think it's Lord Strongheart. He's the one who orchestrates anything to do with the courtroom and with the prosecutor and the lawyers, you know? Who was the one who told us to defend Mr. McGilded? Lord Strongheart. And then we defended him, and then all of a sudden Mr. McGilded is dead? Don't you find that a bit sus? I think it's Lord Strongheart as the Reaper, but I could be wrong. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Oh shit. Tobias Gregson. I don't think that's true. I think it's Lord Strongheart, not Tobias Gregson. No! Gregson, the Reaper? I don't think it's Gregson. So, the reason you are investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it! Are you saying that Gregson, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. See, I don't think so. I think Gregson did the dirty work and Lord Strongheart is a tactician. I think Lord Strongheart controls this. Lord Strongheart is sus. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefing. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. What? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman... Do we know any women? I don't think it's Gina Lachage. She's only 15. I wonder if it's Drew number 2. Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin. Do we know Asa Shin? I wonder if we know Asa Shin. Wait, what? Shin? Who's she? I try to remember. Oh my god. Ha! Miss Asa Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Didn't she die? Wasn't she in Japan? She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Why, she doesn't know. Oh God. She doesn't know that her dad died. Got murdered. Doesn't do much. Asa Shin, I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Asa Shin. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. Interesting. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. I could believe that based on the photo. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? Maybe he didn't. Maybe he got caught. Maybe it was Ron Tyman. In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? Saving your life. Oh my god, what's happened? We're getting to know more and more about Lord Van Zieks, and I'm intrigued. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! We were surrounded. He's very handsome! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother, either. I had been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zeek's alright, we've got him! I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come... If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was a Sogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Shit! 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I know, they sound like very well connected. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Sorry, Assassin. Giselle Brett was her pseudonym. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. Let's go! I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Okay, Waterloo Hotel is back in business. We get to go back. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. This is becoming very useful and very interesting. We must get to the Great Waterloo Hotel immediately. Let's go, let's go, let's go! 2nd of November. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here though, wouldn't you say? Oh, look what we have here! This is an unexpected pleasure. Hey, it's Susato's father! Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely! What a charming young lady. And you are? Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? Did she not tell him her last name? I'm pretty sure he knows her father. That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Ah, there it is. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Holmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. Aw, she's so cute! You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. Absolutely. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, Thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Casimir on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? Oh yeah, he can read my facial expressions. You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so, and really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favour I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten. I did! What was the favour? Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? Yeah! But first, we have something to report, Father. Oh, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jikuku has got to. Oh yeah, Judge Jikuku is here. Very, very handsome man. We shall converse with him over tea. Let's go. About the Reaper. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumours. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. I mean, it was 10 years ago. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today, that was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe. That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here? Yes! Yes, indeed. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no, a friend of yours was killed? Oh no, Iris is gonna know! Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this anyway. I know she's 10, but she's gonna know at some point. Dr. Wilson's death. Are we actually talking about this? Do I have to talk about this? I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes! You just tried to leave me behind. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Holmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Fucking Giselle Brett. We hate her. We hate Giselle Brett. I don't care if she's dead. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? It doesn't make any sense. Iris knows nothing about that case, but However, it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back! With cinnamon biscuits! Oh, hey, Iris! Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Get excited about biscuits. It's a very good distraction, Susato. Judge Jigoku, where is he? I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while. Have you? There he is! Guilty! Ha 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 ha! He seems like such a bubbly chap to hang out with. But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the Great Exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself? Oh yeah. Oh yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. A closed trial of Kazuma's father. Yes. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. I'm not laughing. Okay, I am. That would have been funny to see. Oh my! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Oh, we look cute together! Oh, what a lovely picture. Why is he not smiling? Judge Jigoku has a lovely smile. He certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain!" Also, why isn't Ryunosuke smiling? He looks... I love the best Susato and her father are like, "Yes, we're having a lovely time in Britain." And then there's Jigoku and Ryunosuke looking like they're being held at gunpoint. The commemorative photograph has been entered. Commemorative photograph. A photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku's arrival in London for the symposium. Lovely. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No, that's so true. Absolutely, yes. The favour. What was the favour, good sir? So, you mentioned a favour that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. Yes. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... What? But father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. No pressure. So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? He doesn't know. But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asoki's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. She'll be working with him as a prosecutor then? Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Oh, that's very good of him. Papa! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. I hope if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to the decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright. Oh, I feel so sorry for Iris. You won't leave, will you, Runo? Well, don't put him in the spot yet. Let him figure this out himself. No one should force him to leave or stay. Let him figure this out. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me? Well, if you'll excuse me now. Yes! Off you go, lovely! Queen Mew! Hello, hello, lovely! Welcome, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a lovely day and had a lovely weekend, lovely. We are currently playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, where we're investigating the murder of our top inspector. So welcome, welcome to the stream. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about assassin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good! And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I love it! Isn't that good? Hi, Sharky. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a lovely day and had a lovely weekend, lovely. How is streaming go? How is stream going? All we've been doing is that we've just been going around talking to people. We're still investigating Inspector Gregson's death. Streamer is hacking up a hairball always. I don't know why. This cough keeps coming and I don't like it. Excuse me. I think it's all this talking, if I'm honest. So good to see you. Good to see you too, Sharky. I would be delighted. Yay! The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Coming back home. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Surely we can, right? Since when did Mikotoba wear such a formal outfit? Since he came to Britain, which was right at the beginning of this case. Yes, he came in that outfit. He came to Britain in that outfit. When was it? It was last week. It was last Monday. Well, the last investigation stream. Yes. Well, only in this case. Yes, no doubt. Assassin, assassin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Shut up! Mr. Holmes! Hey, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the tasks? Quickly now, who? My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Holmes. Yeah, I was going to say a mustache. Yeah, he does have a great mustache. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. I love Sherlock so goddamn much. I will, but what is it? What is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once my deduction is awry. I don't know why I always have problems with that word. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Holmes? Which isn't exactly. Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I mean, clearly. I certainly have no time to hide behind cities and eavesdrops on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands, then, my dear fellows. Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Holmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Cheeky sod. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab, straight away. Thank you. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamouring to pay Mr. Holmes's bill. But then they're clamouring away. Away. Looks like we're going to Fresno Street. Fresno Street room. Yeah. 2nd of November, room on Fresno Street. No, why am I deciding to move? We decided to examine. There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zieks' defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings, and in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about. Ah, it's someone there! The photograph of Mrs. Vigil! Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly. I mean, who wouldn't? She's very pretty, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly. So Hugh Boone was Mr. Vigil's fake name to hold a lease to this shabby flat. That was his disguise name. Although, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. It's almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are very hard to fathom at times. What else is there? This is where we found Inspector Gregson. Gun! This revolver, just who does it belong to? Yes, it does not belong to Lord Van Zeeks. Well, we know it's of the... Wait, does it? Of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary, but Gregson's own gun was found on his person. And of course, Lord Van Zeeks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. But surely he would know what his own gun looked like, right? Like, imagine Lord Van Zeeks' gun will be much more posh, much more elegant, and probably much more gold trimmings. It probably has that obnoxious look to it. Such absent-mindedness. Not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you. I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all. I like Phoenix Wright and Miles Edgeworth. Then I wish you every success. Thank you. So this is the wig that we saw. It catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it? It's such a bright colour, it certainly makes an impression, yes. They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb. Sorry, redheads. I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London. I suppose that's true. You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Miss Naruhodo. That is not what we're thinking at all. I wasn't. Oh, blood. If it turns out that Gregson didn't actually die in here at all, where on earth could he have been killed? Oh, so we think that he was... Did we think that he was killed somewhere else? We think that he died the day before he was found. Did we say that he was killed somewhere else to be sent here? Well, in one way or another, we must find out for the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, when I start thinking it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind. Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty. Thank you, Sasato, that helps a lot. So this is his body. And this policeman doll has a key inside to wind Gregson's pocket watch. So we know that. I never have imagined that this little figurine would turn out to be a watch winding key. I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. I love clocks and pocket watches. I think they're so pretty. Do you find clocks and watches to be so pretty? The problem is I don't like wearing watches. It constricts my hand. However, it constricts my wrist. However, I would like a pocket watch. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever established. He was clearly a brilliant man. It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image. It did. It did. He always looks like a psychopath when he eats fish and chips. However, I look like a psychopath when I eat fish and chips. Fish and chips is good. I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Holmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Holmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Can't go wrong with a bag of chips. Exactly. There's a radiator. I haven't noticed yet. So I haven't seen anything new. Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say. Yes, the culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then left. So their loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Van Zeeks arrived. Yes. So framing Lord Van Zeeks was an intention as well as killing Inspector Gregson. If only he had picked up that gun from the floor. Yeah, even he says so himself that that was a very stupid thing to do. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks, it was very stupid to do. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure. Oh yeah, Ryunosuke did pick up a gun and was accused of murder, huh? Well, he's an idiot too. Which may not have done you any favours either. Are we done here? We've talked to the policeman. The policeman. Okay, I think there's nothing here to go on. Please let Mr. Vigil be there. Oh, okay. 2nd of November, St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, there he is. I was worried he's gonna jump at us for some odd reason. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Does his wife know we found him? Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret or forced you to remember things, you'd obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago too. You just missed him. Oh! Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. We would like to know. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years. Ah, Evie! That was her name. I've carried such a sense of guilt. Hi, Calico! Hello, hello, lovely! How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome to the stream. We are still investigating Inspector Gregson's death. But that's not the worst. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? But how are you doing, Calico? I hope you're having a lovely day, despite the fact it's a work day and it's a Monday. We hate Mondays. Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and of doing what he could do to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but I'm doing great. How are you? I am doing really good. Thank you. I had a relaxing weekend. It was mostly just watching rugby, but it was good. It was good. You're doing great. That's great to hear, Calico. I really want to see how this case plays out. This is going to be a roller coaster. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but If possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? Yes, we would like to know. The suspense is killing us. The suspense is killing us. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Are we conversing with him? We're conversing with him. We want to know everything. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks? Yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Okay. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. That's a bit weird. I find that a bit weird. Don't you find that a bit weird? So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Oh yes, he was. He was taken prisoner by the two guys who owned a red-headed league. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and genuinely being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do. Yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though, no. It's very odd. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. Yes, he did. They forced him to wear a collar. It's very disturbing. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Okay, so now we're going to learn about the prison escape and the convict Asogi and figure out what's happened. Let's go. It was at midnight on 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Yeah, what was the plan? What was the plan? Berkeley was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. Okay. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. Why was she giving him a stern look? I'm curious. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. Okay. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, and nail it shut. But you didn't nail it shut. But for some reason that day... Yeah. Are you okay? I am good. Do. Ah. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. Interesting. No. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. No, that's too much. That's too much. So he was buried alive? The coffin was then taken out through the main gate and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? What's his name? I've forgotten his name. The guy who... The conjurer / engineer who sabotaged the invention in the Great Exhibition. He had a shovel. He was the only one there to dig up Asogi. Right? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Okay. Oof! The convict Asogi. Do you know him though? Do you know him? Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Let's go. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. Right. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary. They called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially establishing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. He seemed like a noble character and he was very handsome. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?" "I am guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes." Oh shit, so he admitted it. But I don't think it's... Something's not quite right. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Oh. Asogi's will? He saw it? Was he allowed to see it? As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Yeah, I was going to say, that is very unusual. Normally you would have your stuff confiscated. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan, so they had to treat him... They have to give him special treatment. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Oh, so that he can't contact anyone. Specifically, no pens or paper. Were there pens back in Victorian times? I just assumed there were quills. Or was that just me being an idiot? So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him? Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I've no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. We need to see this! How can a will be a weapon? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Might be very important. So I decided to pretend I see nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? Yeah, where is it? It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. The will's disappearance. Oh, where is it? I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's, air quotes, execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders had gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean? It might be on his body. Has anyone checked this body? That's right. though I didn't search through them myself. Wasn't he planned to escape, though? So, why is he writing his last will and testament? If it is his last will and testament, you know what I mean? That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "It can have disappeared completely." I can't do Scottish accents, I'm so sorry. That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Ah, Susato! You very intelligent woman. Oh my god! Oh yes, you're right! I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. That's very interesting. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. What happened? Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I bet it is. I bet it does relate to the case. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, I'm impersonating a police officer is a criminal offence, of course. Of course, yes. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I do feel bad for this dude. He was being asked to, though. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I like this dude. I always knew that this day would come. He seems so lovely. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, what's that? Oh, yes. What is it? I'm getting that. You know, the guy Natsume. I was getting those vibes. What is it? The Asogi Papers. Yes. I would be very grateful if you make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I see. I understand. I understand, lovely. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last, air quotes, weapon. Interesting! I wonder... Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. See, that's what I was thinking. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind... It would be Mr. Vigil's governor! So we're going over to him? I want to talk to Kazuma first. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Berkeley Prison. He looks like he's suffering from a stomach ache. Bless his heart. Alright, prosecutor's office. Let's go and see Kazuma. And then we'll take a break. 2nd of November, prosecutor's office. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? It seems like it. Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style in that dark corner, it's his habit to sit Caesar style whenever he's working. So where is he? Oh, there he is. Hello! Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I mean, it took longer than I thought. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Okay, well, don't be smug about it. Jeez. You cheeky bugger. Well, I always believed that you fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Didn't Kazuma say that they did not want to be a prosecutor? I can't remember. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. I mean, there's obviously we're doing that now. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I mean, we thought you died, so there's that too. I've learnt a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And about what happened with your father. Oh, we're really just letting this out, are we? Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. Did the jump scare not come up? Hang on, why is that? Why is there no jump scare? I didn't hear a jump scare. Hang on. Is it being a little bitch? Let me try. Well, that worked. Hang on, let me see if I can... That moment when the jump scare is scared. Let me... I was like, why are you not working? I should probably need to start, you know, refreshing the sound bits. Let me... LOL. Too true, Queen Mew, too true. Let me at least refund channel points to Chipmunk Cyborg. That I should be able to do. They definitely changed this. That's annoying. Is it this? It should come up. Am I missing something? Report. No, I don't want to report. That's weird. No, there was a request. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. For some reason it won't let me do it. God damn it. I'll look into it later and see if I can give you a refund of the channel points, Chipmunk Cyborg. I'm so sorry, your name hasn't come up. Okay, let's go back. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Looks like we're conversing with Kazuma. But I can assure you, I have tested it and it seemed. I have tested the sound bits and it seemed to have worked. Let me try doing a jump scare. Okay, yeah, it works now. Think sound alerts are non-refundable. Ah, you're joking me. Well, I'll try look again tomorrow, later on and see. But the sound alert seems to have worked now. God, that's annoying. Your disappearance. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. Yes, Kazuma. Yes. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. You got some explaining to do, Kazuma. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It's just points anyways, no worries. Oh, lovely, it's okay. I will... That's nice of you to say, but I will check to see if I can refund you, and if not, I'm really, really sorry, but thank you. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. But I will learn next time to refresh the sound bites before while streaming. It's annoying. It took me a little while to realise that I was in the cabin of a ship. I stepped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Okay. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do. something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. Okay, that's a bit odd. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Your journey to Britain? Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realised now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. That's insane! And that must have cost a lot of money. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up being Lord Van Zeke's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when a second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Drebber! That was the guy's name. Yes, I did. Your father Genshin. I suppose we're talking about this. Ever since I first met you at Yumei, Yumei? Is it Yumei or Yumei? I'm not entirely sure. You talked about your dream. Mark my words, Funosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Yes. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Oh my god, he is very handsome. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. Wait, what? So they lied to you? It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susata's son. Oh, he lied! Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yumei. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? I'm curious. It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Who was it? As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. A letter from Britain. We must know who it's from. Does he know whose it's from? Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. But the only one we know is Lord Van Seeks. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. What did my father have to say about the letter? Yeah, what did he have to say? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? We want to see the letter. We want to see your father's will. We want to see the letter. We want to see everything. Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. He did do that. You are not wrong, Kazuma. That couldn't have been easy for him. And he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. You go, Kazuma, and we can help you. The Reaper's trial. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Ryunosuke Nawahodo. Thank you! Lord Van Seeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. Wait, it is? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Barrick Von Seeks is the real Reaper. No, I don't believe that. I still think it's Lord Strongheart. I genuinely believe it's Lord Strongheart as the Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. Does he know that his father was accused of killing Barrick Van Seek's brother? And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. I believe that. Kesuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. I feel like we need to present something to him. The question is, what do we need to present? Is it this? Okay, well, we got shot down. Maybe I don't have the evidence yet. Maybe I need to go to Barclay's prison to get the evidence, which we can do after the break. Yeah, I think I'll do that. But yes, we shall move. And we're going to take a bit of a break because I want... Oh god, where is it? Prison Governor's Office, there we go. So I'd say we take a bit of a break here. I suggest you guys do the same. Go get tea, go get a drink, go get food, go to the loo and stretch your legs and things like that. And yeah, I shall see you guys in a little bit. We are back! Let me just check to see if my mic is good. It is good. Okay. Alright. I do hope you have had a lovely break. You got your tea, you got your beverage. You got food or snacks, so let us continue. We need to go talk to the governor in prison governor's office, so let's go do that. Hello, welcome back, Queen Mew. 2nd of November, Berkeley Prison Governor's Office. My glasses are smudged. Hello, there he is. Ugh, back again, are you? I am not going to attempt a Scottish accent, otherwise I'll butcher it. Yes. Hello. Hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie does no work here no more, so your case is not to do with Berkeley. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Okay. Of course, yes, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chomp. Ah, Kimmer, you can very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like the handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too. So, what's brought you doing here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. So this is the Asogi Papers. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Wait, are we gonna get the Asogi Papers? And are we gonna show them to Kazuma? Did I not say Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Berkeley? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fool about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Yeah. We shall converse with him. Are we allowed to look around? Probably not. That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Berkeley's darkest hours, aye. Aye, a shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. The coroner. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. So who nailed the coffin shut? But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs? Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I can shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you back with not Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. We wouldn't want to become anemic. You're too cute. I suppose if there's anybody who might still kibble about what happened back then, it'll be that lass from the forensic division. Maria Gorey. That was a coroner. Maria Gorey? Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the way Barnes followed in her man's footsteps, you didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. The one with the plague doctor mask? Ah. It's her! Mama? What is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gorey. We could do with talking to her. Well, can you tell us more about Gorey? So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gorey? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her man while working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances and decided to do the same with her own life. I can understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her man's stories about cutting up bodies. She sounds like a delight. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Oh, she sounds like a peach. An absolute peach. Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. True! I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gorey herself about this, I think. Where would you find her? Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not get up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. No! We shall not give up. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away, no? Leave me alone and then I come back here, eh? You told us to not come back before. We still got the Asogi papers to ask about. The Asogi papers. How'd you come to ken about to that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers. Ah, well, I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Havers, no, you're off at half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Interesting. Interesting. Let me just have a wee poke around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Ah, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read the word of those Japanese scribbles, but I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers. Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. Oh, thanks. May we have a look? No, it's not written. It's not in the records yet. Oh shoot, I did not mean to go here. After all, the stramash of that sliced of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. So now we can see it. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office, or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of all government. I understand. We're gonna mention it in court, aren't we? I can already feel it. Right, shall we move? I want to go to the prosecutor's office. Oh wow, that doesn't work. Interesting. Unless I need to examine it. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions or wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. I thought that he would want to see this. Okay, well, I suppose we're moving forward. We're moving forward. Present something to him. We're gonna present something to him, surely. I feel like we've got to present something to Kazuma. Does he know anything about this? Okay. What can we show him that he might know? I am missing something. I know I did. I don't show him this, do I? I feel like I need to get evidence from somewhere else, but I don't know where. say, we need to talk to Gorey, but I don't know how. Maybe... Nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you. He's gone. Oh, I wonder. Do I examine the area? Maybe not. Do I present something to him? No real handcuffs is fine. Okay, do I present this to you? I gotta present something to somebody, I'm sure. I'm missing something. We need to see Gorey, but I don't know how. I thought it was presenting the Asogi papers to Kazuma, but that didn't work. Or maybe we present it to Vigil. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? Nowhere else? Okay, so it looks like we can't talk to him. Am I missing anything around here? There appear to just be dust. Dust. Okay. Prison. We haven't been to prison. Do you know anything about? He does not give a hoot. Right. I need to show someone something. Oh! I know what I need to do. I need to show the court records to... the big dude. Let's try that. Because there's no time of death and we need to get this sorted. Governor Cade, when you have a look at this. Oh, wouldn't you rather have a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh no, boy, that didn't work. Are you serious? That didn't work? But there was no time of death. We need to see Maria Gorey. How are we gonna see her? I feel like I gotta present something to Kazuma. I must do. Maybe I... Ah! Ah, we found it! We found what we need to present! This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, yes, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gorey. Well, yes, the name is on the autopsy report. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too, yeah? Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Absolutely, Kazuma, absolutely. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery by Berkeley Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? Yes, everybody does at this point. The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Off we go! Ah, there we go. That's the missing link. Ryunosuke. I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. It was his father's sword. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom are expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I say. This blade, Karuma, is a symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma? It does sound formidable, that's for sure, it does. It does sound formidable. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Aww. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. Ah! I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Steeks given what happened, but the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I still don't believe he's the Reaper. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you do what you have to do as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. Yes, in the Old Bailey. We shall move! Yay! We got the forensics laboratory! Where Maria Gorey is. This shall... Oh, that's kind of my style, if I'm going to be honest. Cute but creepy plushies everywhere. Oh, she does sewing! She knits! That's adorable. Her mask is off! Her mask is off! We might be able to meet her! 2nd of November, Forensics Laboratory. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Oh no, don't cry, Susato. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Is that the noise it makes? Shink, shink, shink. What was that? Sounds like someone sharpening the scalpel. Oh, it's her. Ah, Dr. Gorey? Oh wait, she's still wearing her mask. I thought since the mask was there, she wouldn't be wearing it. What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis? Is that, am I pronouncing it right? Dermis? An expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Chee! Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... I guess we're having a conversation with her then! The time of death. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. Yes, I'm the lawyer that sent your mother to prison. Nice to meet you. Please don't cut me with your cleaver. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. What do you say to that? Dr. Scythe has come. Scruples, at least. Oh dear. I'll say she's not interested in talking to us for the time being anyway. For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. She just wants dead people! Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Okay, so we need to present the court records to her, I presume. Dr. Gorey, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
Well, we can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Please put the knives down. She's pretty! She's giving me... You know what she... It's like if Wednesday and Enid had a baby, it would be her. Wouldn't it? Look at her. This is the cross of Enid and Wednesday that I'm looking at right now. Okay.
That's not my fault.
Okay, I probably should give her a different voice. This doesn't suit her. It suited way better when she had the mask on. How did Wednesday speak?
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please tell us what happened.
Oh, time of death is back. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Male Strongheart.
Didn't I say?
Male Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st of November when the gunshot was heard.
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gorey, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother. Wow! Is that the way we're going to go, Inosuke?
Give it here then. There.
You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us! Indeterminate.
But...
The details of the autopsy report has been updated in the court record. According to the coroner, Dr. Gorey, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. Wait, what? Hang on, let's see this. Indeterminate. Evidence suggests measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. Oh, that is interesting. What do you say to that? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? We do know that Gregson loves his fish and chips.
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I suppose, like... I suppose be in the freezing in the freezing area, like in the freezer, to keep the flesh intact. But let's see what she has to say. This is intriguing.
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice,
I said it like in the freezer.
you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
then only the fish would have started to rot.
With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device.
No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or some other special places?
I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been?
I can't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No! That's what we were saying! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location. But what location? Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Shit! Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. It's nice that she doesn't like hold a grudge against us for putting her mom in prison. I was exceedingly worried about her. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor?
Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
Her eyes are shining. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But a detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized.
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean? I don't know.
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The Professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there.
Thank you, Gorey. That's... No wonder your name is Gorey. Thank you, Gorey. That's lovely.
So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gorey. Please, please tell us. You have helped so much. Tell us anything new. Also, I love your outfit. The gothic style, but with the butterfly belt. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I love creepy cute vibes. This lady is the epiphany of creepy cute. Ah, beautiful. Please, Gorey. Please. Please, please help us. Are we going to say confirmation of death and Clint's autopsy? Let's go.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Berkeley Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death.
Her eyes are shining.
Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know.
Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean?
I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was cursed by somebody too.
I feel so bad for her. Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well.
I see, that's what we think, as well as Lord Strongheart.
The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? She's giving us so much information. Clint's autopsy. Yes, what was in that autopsy that made the Sogi the killer? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual.
It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now.
It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
Oh, shit!
That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. I didn't know both of them were as well.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. What's the evidence? Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Tell us! Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be alright? That would be so good!
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you! Let's see, Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks.
There must be!
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No, no one's allowed to take documents related to the Professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone!
Oh, shit! Where did they go? Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh, yes. I remember now. It was 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
A consulting detective came
One day saying that he'd like to see the records. Sherlock Holmes. Of course it is. No, you don't mean... Sherlock Holmes was his name. God damn it, Sherlock. Of course it was you. Deep down, I knew that was coming. So do I.
Do you think he stole the records?
Oh, no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right. Can it? Iris? Oh no, don't cry.
Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now.
Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. No, I understand why she's leaving. Well, we'll come with you then.
Oh no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck.
Wait a minute, little girl.
Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
Oh shit. Oh shit. That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris? She knows something.
I'll be up a pot for you when you get home.
We need to go back. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I prefer it if you are ready for dissection.
Keep that in mind. Thanks, Gorey. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Ziek's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Gorey, you helped so much, lovely. We really appreciate it. Now we just need to go back to Holmes's suite and ask, why did you steal Van Ziek's records? Where is she? Or where is Holmes? Where's anybody? God damn it. Okay, well, he's not here. Nope, no one's in here. No one's here. Oh wow, not even Van Ziek's is here. What is going on? Where do I need to go? 2nd of November, room on Fresno Street. The police are still busily investigating in here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Bless her heart. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Well, looks like we were examining. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Nope. You can't miss it.
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy.
I wonder to whom it belongs. Can we unlock it?
There are some initials on the outside. Look.
TG. Tobias Gregson. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi! What do you think you're doing? There's Gina.
That's my trunk, that is. Hands off.
Gina! Well, where are you hiding?
I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Only true. Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Odo.
Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Alright, let's talk to Gina. Hello. I suppose we should do some investigating on the trunk.
You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them blodgers.
You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals or what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then, obviously, it was that blooming Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No.
Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook?
They wouldn't flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss.
That's right.
I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway.
Oh, that's our Gina. Yes, Gina. What's in the secret notebook? So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote.
And what had he written, Gina?
Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them. All details about the blodgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper.
But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities.
Exactly! That's what I said. That's the first thing you think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognised anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
Ooh, at the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st of October.
Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead. So what was the odd name? It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, nah, it's no good, I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. I wonder if it's Genshin Asogi. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... Asa Shin? Asa Shin? Did you say Shin? Eh? What? It does mean something? Lord Van Ziexes knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Oh! We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove of what was pretending to be him, didn't you? Oh, didn't you, Odo? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. Ah, forgot about the doggy! When me and my partner we get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby, Toby! Are you such a faithful friend? So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Cause we have, can't tell you though. Police business, isn't it? Look at him, he's so cute, I want a puppy. Ugh. Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here. Right, because he looks oh so hellish, honestly. He's hellishly cute. The Hellhound. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? I don't know, do we? I don't think we do. Do I have to...
Take that!
The Chief Inspector said woof to that order. Yes, I heard. I think perhaps that particular item didn't excite him very much. Hey, you got nothing else? I'll have a think. Okay, so... what about the case then? Did we not get the case? Where's the case? She just like, no, it's mine. It's my case. I've had it all this time, despite the fact that it has Gregson's initials on it. Okay, we might need something. Okay, well... Kazuma's gone. Well, she'll go over... Is Gorey gone? She's just busy. Hi! The game is like, nope, you're not allowed to look. Come on. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Holmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they'll treat it with more care, really. But only the other day, I saw Mr. Holmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What's that? What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Holmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear, that is a painful tale. Oh. I do... Oh, it's just talking about the fireplace. Oh, I got papers! Sherlock and Iris has papers and we don't know where they are. Does this array my topple? And it doesn't. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. No. I don't think there is anything. Oh. Wait. I don't think things would be here. Also, I really love this music. This music is just so pretty to listen to. Wait, Susato, could you help us? No, okay. No, we need to find. Why is Susato stopping me from looking? Mew is back with lunch. Welcome back, Queen Mew. Welcome back. What lunch are you having, by the way? I don't want to move. I want to converse with the dog and see if the dog can sniff something. Inspector Gregson's movements. Maybe so we need things that maybe the gun? Which means that it doesn't excite him enough. Maybe the policeman key. Or the pocket watch. I'm gonna try the key, the pocket watch, and the wig. Veggie Primavera with a little bit of cajun seasoning and apples and pineapple. Ooh. What is Veggie Primavera? There we are. Oh my god, that does look tasty. It's a pasta. Ah! I'd really love to try this. But it looks so good. Ooh, that does sound very, very tasty. And with apples and pineapple. Very nice indeed. Alright, let's try this. Wolf? He might be a little too keen, don't you think? No, this is good! The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Woof! Wow, look what he's gone to! Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Gina. Oh, alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. Can we have a look at it? You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that you might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Yeah? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. The metal trunk. Let's go. Let's hear it. It won't like that. It just won't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat, and as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips? Mr. Nahodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, to sandwich. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. I forgot about him too. Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene.
goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought he might fetch a good price and the child wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less. Would you Adam and Eve for the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuffs to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then?
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well...
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together.
Yeah.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
What are you on about? I am the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, all right then. Do what you want with it.
Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Woo, we got Gregson's trunk!
Inspector Gregson's metal travelling trunk that was removed from the scene, but subsequently removed by Gina. Oh, grrr. The dog is getting vicious. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Listen, hold on, be careful. It must be the trunk. Ah!
Jesus!
What just happened? That was a jump scare. Toby, oi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off.
Mr. Navahodo!
Gina, quickly hail a carriage.
November, 4:57 p.m. Navahodo's Legal Consultancy. Wait, we're back home. I want to...
Oh, Mr. Navahodo, are you alright?
I want to see the trunk. This is probably my favorite music. Let's have a look. Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside.
Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas.
Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... What is it? It was for travel on 31st of October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? A passport document that was in Inspector Gregson's possession. It was issued for travel to France. He did say he was going to go to France the day before his body was discovered. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. And there's a scratch. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. There's blood! Jesus! Look at this dark stain here. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. The grease stain from fish and chips are not red, by the way. Ooh, There's a little thing. Do you see that? There's something struck in the side of the truck there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. Wow. Okay, so Tobias Gregson, within 1 week from 31st of October. Destination, Port of Dunkirk, France. Purpose of travel, police business. No, it's permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Who was the additional person? Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? Is Sasato? Sherlock! Oh, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What is or isn't seemly isn't irrelevant here, Mr. Holmes. Lol. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? I presume Mr. Holmes did. Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then. Are we just examining Sherlock? It looks it. Look at him, he's looking so dapper. I really love him in this outfit. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Holmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage, or rather splendidly. Are we off? We'll converse with... Okay. Are we moving? To Holmes's suite, I presume. And having tea. 2nd of November, Holmes's suite.
Brodend Wien, Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Herr mit dem Knacker ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant.
What on earth is going on here? I want to know as well. Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concern. I was kind of looking at an unconscious man on the sofa and a crying Iris. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Who is that sprawling? I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there. I think that's your father, Sasato. Oh no, I think I know what happened. I think Mikotoba told Iris about John Wilson. Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir! I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Huh? Mr. Holmes? Do you mean? We're gonna do a deduction! Okay, I'll be right back. I definitely need to pee. I am back. Let's go. Let's deduce with Sherlock Holmes. The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. Oh, we're deducing Iris and Mr. Mikatoba. She turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Musicland, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do enjoy Sherlock Holmes's latest Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! The game is afoot! Man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason of the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavour has made the man's spirits soar. I mean, probably. and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavour myself, so that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? She's got something in her mouth, doesn't she? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. I believe this was actually in a Sherlock Holmes case, if I remember correctly. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gosrick Sigismund von Ormstein. That was in German. He was... Are you talking about the little kid from Bohemia? The King of Germany. Oh no, probably not. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Well, that's... Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. Iris is looking at him and is like... What, you kidding me, Sherlock Holmes? That name sure as hell is a mouthful. It is. It's such a mouthful. I don't think I even said it right as well. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? Iris is looking at me going, you see what I have to put up with? So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Okay, Sherlock. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Okay, the King of Germany. Yeah, that's Sasato. Your dad is the King of Germany. We both know that that's Sasato's dad. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. One with the tissue? A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You are attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favourite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favourite coffee cup. That's to do with the secret. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his high jinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favourite... My favourite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent by government to our channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Good luck on that. To hide the coffee cup. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes's great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, Boden wie Feuerwerk, den Schlund es mir verwirrt. Ach, Hopfen.
I don't know why, but hearing the German folk song in the background, it makes it even more funny. With your silence as well, the fellows, the jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Huh. Oh, Mr. Holmes. I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mr. Sato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah, and you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Holmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Holmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing, and according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. I was thinking Bohemia. I was saying, wasn't there a little boy from Bohemia who says he was like the son of the king or something? Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotts, the prince, testified to that in court. Yes! In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. No, really? I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Holmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious sea. No, shit, really? But one truth is incontrovertible. My favourite coffee cup is no more. No. To be fair, I would be sad if my kitty cup is... And my cat that looks like a kitty. My cup that looks like a kitty would break. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Sherlock Holmes's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? Yes. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes. The King of Germany. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I like to hear your singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah, so I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirit he's singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. You mean this? That would explain it. Wait, this is a gramophone. Still rarely seen in our country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn, but machines singing! That can't be right! Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. Ugh, it's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer.
Take that!
Take that! The gramophone. The reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Yay, it stopped! Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Wow, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is a gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the city? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein. I don't know if I said it correctly, but here we go. The King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Holmes intends to persist at his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts? The boy whom you had in tears? Oh, don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Oh, yeah, Kazuma. Kazuma wore the mask.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days, though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. Off you go. I don't believe it. Ah! Father? I'm afraid, Mr. Sato, you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Holmes. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotoba. She joins in now. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying? Why is Iris in tears? Don't tell me he's dead. Girl's silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. but your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack. So that's a £5 note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? That's a lot of money. Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. What's Iris really looking at? Just looking at me. No, I think about it. Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right. Though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. That's true. I didn't know she has it. There are 2 little felt dolls attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Is it possible there's always a £5 note poking out from her bag that I just haven't noticed before too? I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. This is going to be hard because I can't really see what she's looking at. Is it the chest? It's open! This metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Holmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I remember correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. You can't. It's unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
The metal chest. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go.
No, honey, don't! Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes, hurry!
Oh, well, that explains it. He's dead.
Never! Oh, honey, I told you not to open it.
Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Huh? In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Holmes, isn't it? Well, yes, because last time he didn't get punched by a metal crate. Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance his next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite that knowing point of the finger before? Mr. Sato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. This is the best deduction I've ever witnessed. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely. I tried to rescue the situation then. Oh, I can't see. Oh, the key! The key! That's the key she's holding. Look, I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It disappeared as if by magic. That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? Does it say key? Key. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Holmes was thrown into the air before... Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands, no doubt the key to the chest.
You're so clever now.
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Holmes's graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here.
But
Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. I'm not laughing. And then spawned on the city. I'm not laughing. I would not want to be punched into the air and then land on the sofa.
But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all,
why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, so completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air, just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less?
yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said.
Brilliant, Runo! Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Ah, see what you did there, Ryunosuke!
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Oh, I love his objection! Wasn't surprised to see him awake so quickly. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Holmes! If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is? From the look on her face. Mr. Holmes might be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You have attempted to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Holmes's cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. Is it something that she's wearing? Hello? Ah, look! There seem to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray? Clever girl. The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo, is an official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... We must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document. Why do you have that?
Take that!
You have attempted to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. And Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks? Yes, I do seem to recall. That some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Oh! Oh no! Well, we solved that. To hide the case file. Deduction complete. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chess. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris, it must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Holmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Oh, father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a... I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate, maybe. Maybe Mr. Holmes is making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. Let's go. And find out what's going on. Iris, you got to talk, lovely. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way to describe it.
And when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Wait, you took your degree already? Well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name.
Ah. Yes.
His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day...
That's what happened, is it? Is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
Yes.
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Let's have a look at the autopsy report.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes?
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there.
So you decided to steal it?
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
Aww. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Oh!
God, you made me jump!
So that's how I finally found out.
Are you posting that letter?
I'm right.
So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. Are we going to tell her about her dad though, and why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it? I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty.
Yeah, I'd say too.
I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize. I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then let me look after it for you until we get there.
The autopsy report for the final victim of the infamous professor. The report was authored by Dr. John H. Wilson. Can we have a look at it? I want to have a look at it. Clint Van Zeek, 33, British.
Can you post this for me tomorrow?
Yes. 30, time of death, 31st of May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Let's have a look. Observations. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so no internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Okay. We've done it.
I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Holmes is here for her, but still.
What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. Wait, noticed what? I'm so confused. Wait, what?
But that would mean...
What on earth's the matter, Mr. Sato? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo, the one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing, it's my father's. What? Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. So wait, Iris and Sato are sisters? I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Holmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Okay. So this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible? My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh. But wait. Didn't she say that she recognized the handwriting? Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. The report from the autopsy of the professor's final victim is signed by Dr. John H. Wilson, who carried out the procedure, though Professor Mikotoba actually penned the report. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Holmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madame. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba! In other words, Mr. Sato's father. Oh my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasp the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you. To my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Ah! Professor Mikotoba? Holmes and Mikotoba. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Eugene Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Sasato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Holmes. Ah, yes, quite 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price, for rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Holmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves. The Professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Wasn't expecting that. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Holmes's famous partner. What does Sato say about that? Father? Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course, I'd almost forgotten about that one. How? Weren't we recently talked about it? I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris's father. I feel like Professor Mikotoba is Iris's father. Isn't Iris 10? Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Holmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Holmes's partner, Father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Oh my word, Mr. Sato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. Jesus, Mr. Sato and Iris are sisters! You finally grasped the art of deduction. What? But Mikotoba's also shocked. He's like, wait, I've got another daughter? What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain, and I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris... Well, there it is, Sato-san's cold, ice-cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Holmes, say something, man. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Holmes, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short exertion. But it's very late, Mr. Holmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madame, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Holmes, I really must give Sato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years, and when I opened that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably passed out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please, go with Mr. Holmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interest. Also, maybe Iris would be happy to hear that Susato is her sister. I trust you completely. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Who would have thought it's Susato's father is the partner? Very well then, we'll speak again later. So I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle. We're gonna need it. And in reaching a decision. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
No, I don't know what to do with myself either. Either in this
game.
game.
To realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
To be continued. No, wait, end? It's the end? Wait, what do you mean the end? The final! The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's the end. Wait, is the final episode just the trial? That's gonna be insane. Ah, well, that will be tomorrow. Whether we'll be able to do the entire thing all in one stream, I doubt it. I doubt it very, very much. I'm probably gonna have to do this in stages. Or maybe... yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I might have to not play Disney Dreamlight Valley this week. Maybe it's all just the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, you know? But yeah, we'll leave it here. Oh. Did I save? Yeah, I did save. Anyway, thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. I do hope you very much enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you ever so much for joining me. Let me just close this and get some music up. But yeah, I'm gonna see. Hope you're excited for the final trial. I wasn't expecting it to be the final trial. That would be so insane. But yes, I'm gonna see who is available to raid. Bear with. Bear with. Oh, that's me. Sorry. Who to go for? I'm going to raid Foxdrop, I think, who is currently playing League of Legends. So do give him all the love in the world. I do love his videos on League of Legends. If you ever want to learn about being a jungler, Foxdrop is the person to go to. But yes, let me just get this. Thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. I do hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And yes, tomorrow we shall continue with this trial. I tell you what, this trial is going to be insane. I can already feel it. But yeah, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I shall see you guys tomorrow. Do take care. Bye-bye.